Love 50.
Very interested to see how quickly and how often de Minaur attacks that forehand side. There is a tendency to kind of go after the Rublev backhand. Doesn't break down that often.
Ball.
Love 30.
Ah.
15-30.
Ball.
Well, if you're the opposition of Andrey Rublev, you like to see that. I'm not talking about the double fault. I'm talking about his reaction afterwards, saying how gusty, how windy it is, Wally. Can't be that bad down there, is it?
Slight breeze. But if you grow up playing tennis in Australia, all our major cities are on the coast. It is windy. It's not a problem for the Australian players, but the Northern Hemisphere players just do not enjoy it.
Well, half the year is played indoors. No elements. You'd call that an easy volley, but an anxious one. Break point, missed opportunity from de Minaur. Did everything right, didn't he, until then?
Just called it a little bit late, perhaps.
Advantage Rublev.
Fernando Vincenti. Was in the pink shirt. Roberto Martin just to his right. And then Carlos Costa, not the former player, but the physio for Andrey on the left of Vincenti.
Well, do you think Rublev will like the trajectory of de Minaur's ball? I mean, it's pretty flat, comes onto the racket.
Well, you talk about the trajectory. Demon just went with a little slice there. So Demon, in that game, he was against the wind. That low slice would have been unbelievably effective. But Fitzy, I think, you know, if Demon's in the ascendancy in their rally, I don't think Rublev will like the trajectory because it'll be happening fairly quickly. But in that game in particular, you know, there were some rallies where Rublev was dominant, Demon was reacting to his pace. Then, you know, then there's just not as much on the ball. He's not taking it on the rise. He's just reacting to what Rublev's throwing at him. So you've got to kind of win the arm wrestle, probably first and foremost, I think. But I did like that little slice just at the end. You know, even from this end, I think that's a shot that can break up the shape of the rally and give him a chance to have a crack.
A man that doesn't need any introduction whatsoever. One that carried this sport on his shoulders and rightly gets the acclaim that he does so many years after he played a starring role in growing the sport into what it is today.
De Minaur, 2 serve.
And Petch, just 2 to the left of Rod Laver, is the great Neil Fraser, another huge figure in Australian tennis.
Fault.
Lifting love.
Well, you talk about De Minaur slice. You know, I saw him playing Perth. There's Neil Fraser, and he's very special to Wally and I. He was our Davis Cup captain for a lot of years. The only Davis Cup captain I ever had. Captained the team for over 20 years. Was a member of winning teams. As a captain, he won it 4 times. Great man of Australian tennis. But I want to talk about Demon's slice here. I think there's an opportunity there for that shot tonight. He's been using it early in the summer to great effect in Perth, when he played Novak, by the way. But I think it will be more effective from the other end. As Wally said, the wind's at De Minaur's back here.
30-15.
And tougher to get an effective slice over and low when you're hitting with the wind. So into the wind, it wouldn't surprise me if he drops that ball deliberately short to both sides, down to the forehand wing and also cross court. He doesn't mind if he invites this man in occasionally.
Fault.
It's going to be the pattern of play that's going to be fascinating. Not just the backhand down the line. That's going to be pretty crucial for both players. But it's what they do with the forehand that they're going to get after going down the line with the backhand that's going to probably decide which way this one goes.
Fault.
Well, that was a slice, and it was deep, and it caused Rublev some problems. I don't think it caught the line. I think it was inside the line, but it certainly seemed to shoot through a little bit. And Rublev stands up close to the baseline a lot of the time to hit his ground stroke, so that can cause some problems for players.
Fitzy, you're talking about the slice, and we saw the missed volley in the first game, but these are the things that Demon can employ, and if he gets that right and can stand up to the arm wrestle, I think he's home tonight.
Leighton Hewitt sitting in his box, Wally. I asked you this question earlier in the week. Is De Minaur quicker than what this man was?
Well, possibly.
That was some beautiful wrist handle, wasn't it, from De Minaur? I mean, it was one thing to have the foot speed to get there. It was another thing altogether to pull out the scalpel and come up with the shot that he did.
Wrist candy. I like it. It was.
Demon probably uses it more dynamically. Leighton just seemed to scramble. He'd get deep in the court and scramble incredibly well.
I think Leighton used to be incredible at anticipating. He was half a step to where the player was hitting the ball before they hit it. And Demon, not unlike that, but I think for pure explosive speed, I'm not sure Demon's not a bit quicker. It's marginal. We'll never know, I guess. Both covered the court magnificently.
(40-15). Game, Rublev.
Contrasting hold for Rublev compared to his first service game. 2-1.
Leads 2-1.
Well, just quickly, when you say it's not that breezy, is it coming from one end or another? Is that something you should keep an eye on?
Yeah, it's from the end that Demon just played, just coming down the court. It's a little bit fluky, but it's not strong, but there's an advantage to it. So, you know, if you're in that toe-to-toe sort of rally, you got the benefit of the wind up your back where Demon was just from. But, you know, the wind can be your friend too, Petch. You know, you consider the drop shot from this end, the southern end. You consider the slice that Demon didn't quite get right. There are some advantages to playing in the wind. Yes, it's a little bit tricky. Yes, it's a little bit fluky, but, you know, it shouldn't actually affect play overly.
Spare pair of shoes for the miles that he potentially may have to run tonight.
Time.
Alex looking to become just the third Australian in the last 20 years after Leighton Hewitt in 2005 and Nick Kyrgios in 2015 to make the quarterfinals of their home Grand Slam. The support has been everywhere today as we built towards this match. Does absorb pace, as Wally's been saying, exceptionally well. He doesn't want to have to do it too often, though. The Rublev forehand has about 8 Ks on de Minaur's. And it's not easy to wrestle back the point when you've given it control to Rublev.
Love, 30.
Foul.
Well, he likes that sort of point, doesn't he, Rublev? He loves pace, loves it.
And that's the point where the wind will make a difference. You could see them standing toe-to-toe. It was like a game of forcings back. Rublev was getting further inside the court with every shot.
Pretty incredible that he's taken 42% of the shots inside the baseline, as you just saw there. Rublev, incredibly aggressive. And another example of the relentless nature of Rublev. And it was too much for de Minaur.
Rublev leads 3-1.
Only aggressive in the rally situation, as you can see, but Rublev particularly on the return as well. Alex is going to have to find his spots or serve a fair bit into the body, perhaps, to try and jam Rublev from that end.
I saw two of Rublev's matches earlier in the tournament, and he is confident. He wasn't in the first one I saw. He struggled. But as he went through the second match, he grew in confidence. And since then, he's won a couple of easy ones. He's been in good shape, hasn't he? So he'll be rested, as will Alex. But his confidence is high. Amazing how emotive he gets early on, isn't it? I mean, why would he need to be so upset with that miss?
He's so wound. He's wound so tight. I mean, that's the third or fourth time he's looked over to his camp with a look of anguish or complaining about the wind. He's on edge.
Foul.
Well, the scramble this time came from Rublev. And de Minaur did well to keep himself in the rally after the lob went over him.
Foul.
Gee, there's power there, isn't there? And because that combined with the fact that he takes the ball so early up on the baseline, Rublev, a couple of concerned looks there. That's the de Minaur camp. But the ball's down the other end so fast because you take it early, and he hits with such power.
Good escape from this end once again for Rublev. Consolidates the break 4-1.
Rublev leads 4-1.
And the gap of 3 games now will also allow him a little bit of a moment here just to kind of cool the jets. As you guys have been saying, he looks a little bit wound up. He's always a little bit wound up, but more so than normal.
Well,
Welcome to Rod Laver Arena and the iconic Australian Open. It's time to raise your expectations with the Chubb Insurance Masterpiece Upgrade. Two lucky fans will soon enjoy a premium...
A lot of pressure on Alex tonight to try and get past a man that, of course, he has beaten a couple of times in the past on this surface.
Time.
A little bit of a breeze, but a perfect evening for those sitting on the grass, watching Alex de Minaur try and make his way through to the quarterfinals here in the Australian Open for the very first time. 93,000 spectators coming through the gates yesterday. I wouldn't be surprised if it's surpassed on this, the second Sunday of this year's Australian.
Boys, I just want to say, as a meteorologist, maybe I haven't got what it takes because I misjudged the wind a little bit. That last couple of games, that was tough for Demon down there. This is an important 2 games. This end is an advantage that he's now serving from. When you get into that rally situation, the player up here, the Demon end, has the advantage.
Such encouraging to know you do have a floor rally.
30 love.
I was beginning to think it didn't exist.
Well, normally I'm pretty good. I just sort of look to the heavens and get inspiration. Not today.
Well, it certainly makes this game a must-win game for de Minaur if he's to have a chance in this first set. He probably needs to win both of these, Wally is suggesting. And if he can, maybe he can then vary it a little bit from the other end, drop a few balls short for a change from down there. But first things first.
Very interesting there. Rublev hit a fairly routine cross-court backhand and hustled to the baseline very quickly.
Yeah, but this is not the shot we're talking about. This is almost like a drop shot. That just sits straight up. That's an easy ball. If he's going to hit that slice, it's easier from the other end, mind you, into the wind, but he needs to get it to skim the net and stay low, rather than just sit there waiting to be hit. Easy shot for Rublev there.
Seven.
Foul.
Just a hint of a possibility of taking control of that rally And the Australian did so.
Rublev leads 4 games.
So Fitzy, if he's going to slice from this end, the deep slice is the better option. As you said, short slice from the other end. Now this is the game. This is the game. Hopefully he gets a look at a few second serves.
Staying impartial.
Yeah, we need to be careful of that because Rublev has been awfully good, hasn't he, so far? He's come out firing.
Love 15.
Fault.
The depth, running the last 2 points, depth is a beautiful thing in this sport.
Love 30.
Fault.
And every error, that is going to be the soundtrack to Rublev's evening.
Well, historically, that hasn't been the case here.
Fault.
Devastatingly good returning game from the Australian. And Rublev doesn't get an easy run at this opening set. We're back on serve.
4 games to 3. New balls please.
Wally, perfect application there from Alex.
Yeah, well, you know, obviously he can sense that that's the end, that you can get some benefit. He's definitely hitting the ball a little bit better now than he was at the start of the match. You can see Rublev there just teeing off at his camp. But the same now applies for Alex. He's got to go down to that other end and solve the riddle of the wind. But as I say, the wind can be a friend. So I wouldn't be afraid if I was Alex. Well, you got to do anything you can to hang on to your serve, obviously. But on a return game, come in when possible. It may not be easy. If you play a short slice and follow it in, play a drop shot, follow it in. Got to solve the riddle of this southern end because it is difficult.
And Wally, I think if they're both at the net, he would assume the advantage.
Yeah, well, we saw he actually had a break point, didn't he, in that first game? He missed a routine volley. Demon is a good volley.
Get an avalanche of stats on a night like this, but this is a nice one. It's got a little personal touch to it. On the 33 occasions an Australian man has faced a top tenner in the round of 16, which is what we're watching tonight here at the Australian Open. Only a couple of times have they won. Pat Rafter took care of Tim Herman in 2001, and Wally Masur beat Boris Becker in 1987.
Gee, that was last century.
Clemens for a throw. 15 love.
Might be playing into the wind, but he has the advantage of the new balls. Skip through onto Rublev.
A very good point. Yep, advantageous, especially if you get that first serve into play.
Fault.
That's the one he normally loves. The Rublev will be well advised not to drop that ball short to the forehand if he can. It's a lucky miss for him. Well, that backhand is like gold for de Minaur. He's so accurate down the line with it. And it's amazing. It's a bit of an enigma because he hits it without much spin. But while I really think that the serve at the body from that end is something he needs to work with, because sometimes it can produce a short return. If he can jam Rublev, quite often you get a short one.
Fault.
47.
To the delight of the crowd, he's clawed his way back into this opening set. 4-1 down to 4-all.
4 games on. $15.
These two met at the Four Slam Academy when he was being helped by Galo Blanco. Andrey Rublev, Fernando Vicente.
De Minaur's depth has really improved, I think, in the last 3 games, and it's giving Rublev a bit of trouble. It's not allowing him to play his natural game as well. Oh, wow, that missed by a whisker.
30 on.
What judgment from Rublev.
Either that or he didn't fancy the other option, which was trying to play it.
Setting.
Fault.
That is a high-quality redirect down the line there from Rublev. Carlos Costa is physio out of his chair, understandably so. That was special. 5-4. He's breathing hard, isn't he? I mean, I'm not sure if he's not 100% sort of well, or it's just nerves.
You talking about his physio? Or? He looked pretty tense there too. There he goes. Pretty excited. It's a big occasion. Yeah, but Rublev he is breathing hard, isn't he? Well, he was under pressure there. He led 4-1, back to 4-all, and had to hold there probably up the good end.
It is just invest everything in every shot, isn't it, from Rublev? Every moment.
Time.
Every sinew of his body. That little bit of uncertainty and nervousness hanging in the air here in Melbourne right now. It's been a nice little comeback from de Minaur, but he'll be hoping that that isn't just a little cameo.
$15.
Dropped his first ace of the night.
That's first. $39. Thank you. $15.
Just a barrage there from Rublev. That's where his strength lies.
Interesting how often players serve to the forehand, isn't it? Even when somebody has such a big shot like that as Rublev. Seems counterintuitive, but they often miss more than they make, and there's a free point to be had.
There's also a difference between a forehand on a return and a forehand during the rally. They've both faced this problem in consecutive games. Rublev had 30 all. De Minaur now 30 all and juice. Serving with the wind. Big moments.
Territorial supremacy once again gained by Rublev inside the baseline, dominating the tempo. Set point. Not a bad time to drop your fastest serve of the night. 2:08 from de Minaur saves the set point.
Gee, if Rublev gets the first big hit in the rally, he's a different player, isn't he? He then tends to dictate most of the points.
Yeah, that little segment where de Minaur got back into it, his length into the last third of the court had increased by about 20%. You could see he was searching for it again, trying to keep Rublev at bay. Just missed, and here's set point number 2.
Ball.
A little unfortunate delay there for de Minaur, and the double fault offers up a set lead for Rublev. Last top tenner he beat was Zverev back in the quarterfinals of Vienna back end of 2023.
Ball.
Alex, that was long.
Alex just can't seem to avoid this toe-to-toe confrontation. He just doesn't have enough time to create much at the moment.
He's pinning him down at the back of the court, isn't he, Rublev? He's playing just in the rhythm that he likes, and it's fast and furious.
Yeah, and Demon just doesn't have time. He has no time.
$14-15.
Fault.
Cain, Rublev.
That's a comfortable height for his backhand. And a comfortable start for Rublev.
Yeah, a really big win for him there. Obviously, he broke from that end, the tougher end, to win the set, and now he's held out of the blocks. So a massive couple of games for him.
One top 10 win over Holger Rune here in Australia throughout all the years he's been coming. That was in the round of 16 last year for Rublev before losing to Djokovic. As for Alex, the highest ranked player he's ever beaten at the Australian Open in all the years that he's been coming in, it was Matteo Arnaldi in the second round this year, who was ranked 41 in the world.
So seeding does protect players sometimes.
Correct.
Let's first one.
Fault.
That is brilliant from Rublev.
Love 15.
Alex did everything right. Great close.
That little flick lob was top shelf, wasn't it?
But let's hope that point being lost doesn't dissuade him from coming in further.
Fault.
Love 30.
He's got so much flexibility with that forehand. I mean, you know he's going to crush it, but he can go equally inside out, inside in. One pattern he really does have, Rublev, is on that ad side with his backhand return. He goes almost exclusively cross court. So if you did serve and volley to it, you could kind of give him the line and at least kind of force him to have to move that sometimes, and at least could know where it's coming.
Come on, come on.
15-30. All.
It might be one-dimensional, but it is ruthless.
Same can be said on the deuce side. He doesn't really go off backhand return, Rublev. So, you know, again, if you're looking for ways to try and protect your serve, do something different, you can at least cover 80% of that court as you're coming in and give him the last 20 on the off backhand return from that side. Because hanging on to his serve is becoming a problem. Break point. Brilliant from de Minaur.
Deuce.
This was brilliant, and he came in a couple of times a few games ago, and Alex didn't make him volley. I think you've just got, this is an exceptional shot, obviously, but you must make Rublev volley, even if it's not quality.
Hasn't lost a point when he's hit his first serve into Rublev's forehand on the deuce side.
He doesn't block it back, does he? He keeps going for it, Rublev. From the start to finish, he won't change that tactic, you wouldn't think. Pulls no punches.
Fault.
Girlfriend Katie Belter urging him on. And that was a significant hold of serve at the start of the second from the Aussie.
I think Katie was barracking.
1 game on.
In Spanish there.
Both of these have had their games honed in Spain. Of course, this man in Alicante, Rublev in Barcelona.
Gee,
that was a big hold, wasn't it? I mean, that was dangerous, that game for de Minaur. He sort of stemmed the flow to a degree there. If he'd lost that game, it would have been starting to look a bit one-sided. Luck, bit of luck. You need some of that, as long as it's good luck. Don't want too much bad luck, but he gets some good stuff there. Does Alex de Minaur, and good hustle. This is the limitation of the volleys from Rublev. He still chooses to top spin the ball even in close there. Not that versatile, but very effective at times.
Oh, that is unbelievable.
But I don't mind the play at all. I don't mind the play at all. I think it's been a little same from Alex. We talk about the slice. He's got this ability to take the backhand and come in off the second serve. We haven't seen him flight one first serve. It's all been darts. Alex needs to go to his toolbox.
Yeah, I think when you commit to hitting the backhand and coming in from this first court like he did 2 points ago, you've just got to hope that you make a good one, either wide near the sideline and particularly deep. If you do that, he'll win a lot of those points, but he just didn't get it in the right spot, did he? Good intent, though.
But that's okay. I mean,
Yeah.
what are you going to do? Have another 30-shot rally from the back of the court and get bashed up into the wind?
Let's first song.
That's the alternative, you know, you stay back. You're not going to win every point coming in, but, you know, this is a tough corner back here. I'd even love to see him just chip a forehand return, you know, get a little chip down low in the service box off a first serve. He's got to throw everything at Rublev at the moment. Toe-to-toe is a difficult assignment.
Fault.
Rublev.
Well, that's a lovely tussle at the start of the second set. De Minaur will sit down after those 3 games and be grateful that they're still on serve. The art of matching up your style is fascinating, isn't it, on tennis? Some styles match up well with players, and then you look at the great chameleon that is Novak Djokovic today, and even though he's probably better off both wings than Adrian Mannarino, the amount of change-up we saw from Novak today, the slice backhand that he implemented with high frequency, just lends Fitzy into what Wally's saying, that there's got to be a slightly higher degree of variety coming from Alex's racket.
Yeah, you've got to win points in different ways. Look, the problem with Rublev is if he gets the first big hit in the rally, then you're handcuffed because you're instantly defending.
Time.
And the ball's coming at you like a hand grenade. It's coming hard, fast, bouncing. So you've got to get the hit in early in the rally.
Perched right on the southeastern windowsill of Australia, Melbourne in the state of Victoria is absolutely looking glorious tonight. Things not looking quite so glorious tonight for Alex de Minaur at the moment. Trailing by a set, on serve in the second.
And guys, even if it's a 15 love or a 30 love situation, I would love to see Alex throw in a slower second serve with a bit more flight. You've got to break up the ball machine that is Rublev at the moment.
Yeah, change of pace
is
underrated.
It's too predictable at the minute.
Slice down the line, Wally, but gee, Rublev handled that well. He smashed that slice back across court.
He did, Fitzy, because he's playing well. But guess what happened on the slow slice? Not that Alex necessarily meant to play it that way, but the wind carried it deep. He got out in front of it. He didn't time it. He got out in front of it and pulled it wide. You know,
change your pace.
You've got to try something a little different. And I'm not necessarily saying on your serve, but certainly when you're returning. I mean, you hit somebody with a slower slice and you sting him with a fast serve, you know. It's hard to hit through Rublev. It's hard to hit around him. Got to break up his rhythm.
No laughing matter tonight for Alex de Minaur as we see Rebel Wilson, good friends with Alex de Minaur. She was in Sydney.
Fault.
14-15.
Playing with and against the wind is an art form as well in terms of your serving, isn't it? Against the wind, maybe slice helps you a little bit more. It stays underneath the current. Then with the wind, a little kicker. Interesting tonight that Rublev is flattening it out from the end that he's at the moment. He's about 250 RPMs less than with the wind, so it's staying lower. Which makes it harder for Alex to get on top of the ball with his own flat shots to be aggressive from this end.
13.
And it's all very well for me to sit here and talk about tactics. It's just happening so fast at the moment for Alex. He's just having to react to what Rublev is throwing at him. But there are certain times, off a second serve, for example, when he's returning, or a first serve, you've got to change the shape just that little bit. Slow slice, sting him with a flat ball. That's good.
Well, it helps when it's that deep, when it's half a metre from the baseline. That's really the only balls that Rublev has had trouble with tonight, except for the odd slice. So depth helps. Well, that's his stock standard. That's his favourite play, really. And he just hasn't had a chance to do it much tonight. He's been on the back foot, just trying to stay in the rally. If he gets a short one to that forehand, this is his play.
Chenty with a career high ranking of 29 in the world, 3 titles, all on the clay.
Is he taking some speed off that volley? It looks like it. Looks like he was looping the ball a bit more there.
Yeah, absolutely.
Alex.
Absolutely. I mean, this guy's like a metronome, Rublev. He just gets in sync and he's unstoppable. You've got to try to disrupt him.
Well, he certainly wants pace coming onto the racket. He loves that, doesn't he?
Oh.
He'll make a good coach one day.
He has sounded suspiciously like an expert tonight, hasn't he? And exactly what he's been calling for. May just unlock the door for a break of serve here in the second set. Well handled from Rublev.
Yeah. That was exciting. The defence there, great players defend well. And de Minaur certainly showed his skill in that facet of the game right then, but Rublev did handle it incredibly well. And that wasn't bad either, Mark.
And that's where maybe I feel sometimes with Rublev, you've got to try and take it down the line with that shot, because he stands wide on the outside to get the ball to come back on the diagonal to get his forehand into play as his first shot. He's waiting there for that return. It has to be incredibly good cross court to find his backhand.
But it's so natural, isn't it? If you're playing if you're a right-hander and you're playing in that second court, the natural return is across court more, because it's over the low part of the net. It's safer. Taking it down the line is fraught with a little bit more risk.
But if you can find that, It's just harder for him to stay right on top in the rally.
Deuce.
And what makes winning possible tonight for Alex also makes it dangerous. It does come with more risk.
Let first serve.
Love the chip return, love it. And I wouldn't mind seeing a little bit of that from the other end too, when he returns. Alex.
Advantage, de Minaur.
Blend.
Fault.
Oh, Patch, he was listening to you that time.
Deuce.
Hit that pretty well, didn't he? Good second serve, but yeah, he's got to take some risks there. And he went down the line. There's a famous man. Dylan Alcott, Australian of the Year.
Fault.
A man who won so many Grand Slam championships at the quad level.
Advantage, Rublev.
As I say, watching a couple of players out there on centre stage, I believe he has a part in a Broadway play, he was telling me the other day.
Well, he told me, I didn't know it was Broadway, but he told me he was doing some acting.
Yep.
Fault.
Net court goes his way, as does the whole serve. Rublev with a 3-2 lead here in the second. Some games just seem a lot bigger than others, don't they? They may just tick over one on the scoreboard for you, but that felt like a huge hold. De Minaur doing everything that Wally was asking, just looking at the numbers on his forehand in that last game. An extra 20 centimetres over the net on the forehand from De Minaur. Was trying to play with a little bit more flight. He has upped his backhand slice by about 10% tonight compared to the tournament average. He is trying to throw a few different things into the patterns of play that Rublev enjoys, and he was so close.
Time.
Sun setting here in Melbourne as hopes rise for Alex de Minaur, so close to grabbing a vital break in this second set. A set that is going to be fairly pivotal, you feel, in terms of his ability to turn this around. And I say it could be pivotal because in 35 hard-court Grand Slam matches for Rublev, when he's won the opening set, he's lost just once. And that was against Francis Tiafoe at the US Open back in 2021.
Fault.
Love.
He's impressed me tonight, Rublev, with his scramble. You know, a couple of lobs that he's dug out, a couple of half volleys, even that block reply. I mean, it's not a strength of his, but he's done it well tonight.
Ooh, big miss.
See, there it is again.
Yeah.
You know, the ability just to improvise and make one more ball.
30 all.
Yeah, Leighton knew that was a big miss too. This is a dangerous game now. Wooding serve from that southern end into that slight breeze. Not an easy thing.
Thank you.
Fault.
Well, that missed forehand there is looming large now.
Serve out wide will get the backhand return to come cross court. They'll know that. Serving into the forehand may get a free point, but it could get a blistering return. Those are his options. Found a way through.
Fault.
Advantage. Rublev.
I think that's just the pace of the return, isn't it? I mean, it's getting back to him so fast. He wouldn't normally miss that backhand. It's bread and butter for him, really, de Minaur, but he's being rushed a little bit by the Rublev power.
There was nothing routine about that.
But once again, Rublev takes, you know, the left hand off the racket and he scrambles the ball back. He plays a lob. I mean, these are the little subtleties that I haven't seen in his game in the past. You know, we keep talking about a guy that gets caught at the quarterfinal level. These are the things that are going to make him a better player.
Fault.
sure with the power that Rublev has, and it's on show tonight, but he's not the same player when he moves forward. He's way better when he moves laterally, side to side. When he moves forward like that, he's not the same. But how do you get to that part of his game? That's the question.
Net cords.
Big hole there in the context of this match.
So that was a huge hole, Fitzy, against the wind, and that was the last game with those balls that have been played with for 9 games. They were getting rather large. That was a tough hole from Alex.
You know, Wally tends to think he's a stand-up comedian at times. Petch, that was one of Australia's favourite comedians, Magda Zabinsky. Likes her tennis. There she is. Funny lady. Gee, she's got a good seat. Right on the court surface. I think these new balls are big in the context here, aren't they, Wally? Because
well, the irony is, if Demon can get a good strike in, it's tough to control the new balls. They're fast out of the can, so Rublev has the wind at his back. Tough to control that low flat trajectory.
so there's where he lacks the conventional volley. He goes to the top spin. Unconventional here. Which to me means he's not a complete player. Even he's 5 in the world, and there's parts of his game that he still could improve, isn't there? The dimension he plays within, he does awfully well. So well.
Fault.
Well, he's opened the door here. And this is how close to the surface he balls.
Loitering around the edge of that emotional volcano that we know he does.
Regrouped pretty well after the eruption.
Still one more break point to save.
Fault.
Truly magnificent. 35 incredible shots.
Deuce.
And he left the best till last.
There was half an apology there for the earlier let court, I think. And then the fist at the end.
Advantage Rublev.
Playing the bigger points far better at the moment.
Cain, Rublev.
Minor consolation for de Minaur is that he is getting that close often enough. Just can't quite find a way through. Rublev hangs on, 4-3. Find it marginally irritating that we can't hear those conversations, because I'm not entirely sure there what he was upset about. We're left to kind of guess and ponder.
Time.
Fabulous escape for Rublev in that previous game after the double fault, and you thought perhaps a collapse was on the cards. He controlled himself brilliantly. Pressure back on the Australian.
That 35-shot rally, though, Petch, wasn't it nice? Rublev just managed to play 2 or 3 slices of real quality, just got the ball back when he was in trouble. So we talk about him being one-dimensional, but it's actually scramble in the last couple of games that have been impressive.
Again, the balls being this new for de Minaur, they may not be that easy to control for him as well, with his flatter shots from this end.
$30-15.
Craig Tiley. That's the backhand we know and love from de Minaur. You know, with new balls, with the wind, this takes some serious talent to hit this shot. No margin whatsoever, really. Great man.
4 games.
One of my heroes, Mark.
Here we go, man.
There's Dylan Alcott. Is that a diamond-encrusted phone cover there, Dylan?
Little bling for our man.
Olympic gold medalist.
As is Rublev in the mixed doubles from the Tokyo Olympics.
15 love.
The second set looming, isn't it, as a huge part of the development of this match.
Fault.
Some really rock-solid play there from Rublev through the middle of the court. Just didn't open up his side of the court for angles for de Minaur to explore. Very smart tennis.
$40-50.
Fault.
Flicks that ball around almost like a table tennis ball, doesn't he, at times? That half volley there was amazing in the middle of that rally. Well, both players faced these crucial points in the first set at 4-all and then 4-5. These are the big ones, the business end of these sets. Awesome. Both at their limit.
And I feel like Demon just played a little deeper in the court there. It was almost like he was absorbing pace a little bit better rather than standing toe-to-toe. You think about how Medvedev just has this amazing record against Rublev, where he just stands deep, absorbs pace and counter-punches. Demon just took on a slightly different role in that particular point.
Game.
It's such a compelling contest between these two at the moment. Some breathtaking rallies. And Rublev with a set and 5-4 lead. Looked like he was Vicente there was saying get your hand on the throttle there like the motorbike and just kind of rev the engine.
What's he got another level to go to, has he, in that respect?
I mean, well, he has had one game here, Fitzy, against the wind, where he averaged 142 Ks off his forehand side. Now, you know, Novak's at 132 in this tournament. I mean, that was against the wind, 140. I think he does. I wasn't sure whether Vicente was saying use more revolutions here, try and get the ball up high to de Minaur with the wind and make it that much tougher for him to kind of be able to force the ball back. We're about to find out.
Time.
Absolutely glorious setting, Melbourne Park at night. And the energy very much still within the Rod Laver Arena. Still belief that de Minaur can grab this second set. Always a banquet of consequences when these two players take to the court. Always going to be opportunities on both sides of the net to break.
I just would like to see how Rublev reacts if de Minaur can get a few balls short and low from that end when Rublev's hitting with the breeze. Either a roll backhand if he's got time, a cross court short, or that short slice sometimes if he's got time. Because that ball he loves. Anything that sits up there, that's just bread and butter.
But I think time is the problem, Fitzy. It's just being denied to Alex. Everything's just coming on so fast.
Yeah, he probably has to do it early in the rally if he gets the right return off his serve, I would think.
Wait, please.
And Fitzy, how many times has Alex served and volleyed tonight?
Yeah, not one, I think, that I can remember.
Maybe just, you know, just these are the things, just these little subtleties have sort of been denied him tonight.
Well, I think we're not seeing his full repertoire tonight, but it's the power that's restricting him. You know, he would be coming in a lot more if against most players. And you've got to give Rublev credit there. He's dictating most of the time, not all of it.
He's on fire. He's playing so well.
Set points. Oh, what a backhand. That was hammered by Rublev into that backhand wing, and the timing that took when he was almost off balance, still moving to control that backhand down the line. That's as good as we've seen, I think, from de Minaur tonight almost.
Let's press turn.
Body serve. I'd like to see more of that.
Five games off.
Oh.
Good opportunity there to do what Wally was saying, come in. He's only done it once tonight, hasn't he? Take the second serve and follow it in, but great opportunity just to at least make Rublev come up with a pass quickly after the serve.
Oh.
Love.
Always found a shot to quieten the crowd down, not allow them to get too involved. They're desperate to. Great response to that exciting point. Rublev 6-5, second set.
Rublev leads 6 games to 5.
Alex just hasn't been able to find a way, has he, to get himself ahead and just allow Rublev to potentially sort of unravel a little bit. You feel as though there's the opportunity tonight. The way that this man at times has reacted to some of the adversity that he's faced just hasn't been a sustained period. You kind of know what he's thinking all the time, Fitzy, don't you?
Hard on the sleeve. Not sure he was happy there.
And plenty of heart. Not easy to come out and play with this many people, hoping you come off second best.
Yeah.
Time.
The dying embers of another beautiful day in Melbourne, and everybody here in particular hoping it's not the dying embers in terms of Alex de Minaur's participation in the Australian Open men's draw. Some crucial moments coming up here in the second set.
Fault.
Love.
Surprisingly unbalanced here from Rublev in terms of all the weight being on his left leg.
All.
Fault.
That is de Minaur at his best.
Well, that's the play he wants. He's looking for that constantly, and tonight he's just been given very few opportunities to hit that ball and look like he's moving forward after it. That wasn't super short, that forehand. He took that on the rise from way back in the court. That was one heck of a forehand.
Fault.
You know, of the players I've seen Alex use that slice down to the forehand wing against this summer so far, I think Rublev's handled it the best. You know, that low slice out to the forehand gives some players a lot of trouble, but he's just been smashing it back. So it sort of takes one of Alex de Minaur's options away.
Would have been some shot.
Six games all. Tie-break.
First part of the objective achieved by de Minaur, hanging on to his serve.
Fault.
Rublev.
Conditions aren't easy, we know that, but it's going to be the decisions that both men take in the next 10 minutes. They're going to decide this second set.
That's first serve. One all. Two, one, Rublev.
The finest exponent of percussive maintenance you'll see on tour, Andrey Rublev. Relentless repetition.
Is that a turning point, Wally? I don't think Wally can hear us, mate. The noise down there is extraordinary.
We will see, Fitzy. We will see. But once again, Demon took a more negative stance in the court. He played a few points from around the Melbourne side, a few shots, absorbed pace, and then he just shows us just how lightning he is.
On the regular tour, he loses that point every time because there would have been a doubles net. But tonight, it gives him a chance to take this second set. Once again, though, you've got to say, Rublev just getting back to business so quickly after a simply astonishing get from de Minaur.
Well, a two-set swing here up for grabs. It's going to be 2 sets to love or dead even after this tiebreaker. So I think everyone in the stadium, not just in that box, knows how important these next few points are.
I tell you, if Demon can pinch this set, we are going to need a set of earmuffs down here.
4-3, de Minaur. Please, no noise when the server is serving.
Fault.
Yeah. Something different. That's Wally will be happy with that. I mean, stepping in, taking the ball early. He's floated a few of those long by catching them late. This time he was on the money.
A little safe too, that second serve, 137.
Fault.
Hit and come in. A good second serve there, jumped up high, and that caused the miss hit. If that happens to Rublev's forehand, it's usually good night. He's standing up well, isn't he, Andre? You've got to respect how he's performing here. Presence of mind. Just awesome tennis from both players here.
6-4.
And the ability then, and on the big moment, to take the speed off that lob, that's as good as it gets for me.
Fitzy, for me it wasn't the lob, it was this shot.
Yeah.
Look at that. Digs that into the service box. That is awesome. He makes this all day long. He never misses that.
I love your confidence.
Fault.
Well, I think Andrei's riding his luck a little bit there. That felt like a miss hit to me. It sounded and felt like one, and it dropped awkwardly there for de Minaur.
I can confirm it was a miss hit.
Fault.
Please.
Behind the silence, there has been defiance. By that point of emotion for de Minaur. And
Love 15.
Fault.
So it's a war of attrition, isn't it?
15 all.
And Rublev now just vocalizing a little more his discontent. This man has to stay his course. And psychologically, Mark, this is what happens, isn't it? I mean, if he was up 2-0, he'd be feeling better. Mentally, he wouldn't feel any little niggles in his body. Now, look at the body language. It's a strange old thing, this mental capacity we have as athletes. Let me rephrase that. They have as athletes.
I was gonna interrupt you.
I beat you to it.
Yeah, I was going to say, table that thought.
Oh, de Minaur plays a great game to start the third. That's vitally important. All the tension and drama of the end of that second set, you must start
First game.
out of the blocks early in the third, or it can be all for nothing. De Minaur starts well.
If you hit something outside of a tennis court as hard as Rublev hits the tennis ball, you'd be up in front of the judge. The rhythmic violence that he attaches to his strokes is hypnotic. But is there enough width to his game when Alex is playing like that? That will be the question now. It's what he's been asking for from the Australian. He's answered the call. Can Rublev keep himself together? Yeah. He can be frequently unreasonable with himself. This could be a great opportunity for Alex.
And there was a different look about Alex in the first game. He just looked like he had time. He hit one forehand. You remember the forehand he pumped down to Rublev's forehand corner. He hit with a lot of shape. He just seemed to have more time to create. Got to the net on one point. No doubt Alex was feeling tension at the start of this match. It seems to have dropped from his shoulders.
And there's a definite momentum change here. Can he capitalise, de Minaur?
Love 30.
Fitzy, this last game, this last two games, is the demon we've seen all summer.
Yeah.
But, you know, there's 15,000 people here. He knows he can win this match. He comes out, he's tight. Of course he's a little tight. And Rublev is just playing at warp speed. But all of a sudden, Demon looks like he's got options.
Has Rublev dropped his pace slightly? maybe his shoulders slightly, but is the pace off his racket allowing de Minaur this extra time?
Ever so slightly, Fitzy, but I'm actually sitting here next to Barbara Eagle, and we were just discussing the wind is gone, so it's cooler. There is no breeze. The conditions are just that little bit heavier, but I think there's just a little something too about Alex's movement. He just looked so much freer. Did you see how much time he had to shape that last ball and flight it? That just didn't seem to be available to him earlier in the match.
But I thought that was down to the power from Rublev.
But he's playing deeper in the court too. He's giving himself a bit more time.
Right.
It's a little bit more in and out of the court as opposed to standing on the baseline and slugging it out.
Well, this is a lesson in perseverance too, and resilience as a tennis player. You've got to be able to withstand the barrage if you're going to have a chance against these good players and great players.
And to your question, Fitzy, yes, maybe, you know, Hawkeye could probably confirm, but maybe it has dipped ever so slightly. But that might be as much about his attitude as anything else.
Well, he has thrown everything at de Minaur so far, and he finds himself a set all on down a break.
.128 was his average off the forehand side. Rublev in that second set, he is down at 119. So Fitzy, your judgment call was absolutely on the money.
Well, it's a roller coaster though. All it takes is one break back, and his attitude might accelerate again. Might become like it was. But he's definitely missing more balls right now in the early part of his third set than he was. Definitely.
Thoughts cartwheeling through his brain, and you don't get the sense there's a lot of positive ones right now for Rublev.
Foul.
Pretty important to consolidate that break though, isn't it? The momentum can quickly shift back. If there's a break of serve back here, Rublev might find himself a different player again.
He has harvested so many points out to that forehand of Rublev's.
47.
There may not be any wind on the court, but de Minaur has a tailwind behind him right now, and all of Australia. 3-love. Corness, trainer out to take a look at Alex de Minaur. I would imagine this is probably going to be nothing more than a blister. And I wonder whether they're going to try and get it done within the changeover, or whether they'll take a medical timeout, which would give Rublev a little bit of an opportunity just to cool the jets in.
Well, any hesitation in or any timeouts here don't work in Alex's favour. Right now, he wants to keep the momentum going as quickly as he can. He's on a roll. His opponent is feeling down about his game and about the scoreline. You don't want to give an opponent any breathing room if you can. Looks like a blister at the back of the heel there.
How important was the second set? Pretty important, you have to say, when you look at this man's stats from 2 sets to love up. 36 wins, just the 1 loss Sonego at Roland Garros last year. Almost got it done in the fourth as well. Did Rublev 7-6. He lost that against the Italian. But he had never lost from that situation on a hard court before. So absolutely crucial that Alex has got this. But a little bit of a delay as he gets the back of his foot sorted. I was just looking at some of the losses that Rublev has had at the quarter-final stage, as we see Alberto Martin, his second coach, who kind of sits under Fernando Vicente, getting involved there. He was ranked 34 in the world, also had 3 titles. And I just wonder whether he blew himself out by the time he got to the quarters, Rublev, because he's so emotional in a lot of the rounds pre that. But he's obviously had a lot of tough matches. Lost to Nadal, Medvedev, Tsitsipas, Medvedev again, Cilic, Tiafoe at the US Open in 2022, Djokovic a couple more times, and Medvedev again at the US Open last year. Some pretty tough opponents in the last 8 for Rublev, who now owns, unfortunately, the record for being stopped at that stage the most times before making a semi. Robredo had made 7 times the quarterfinal and never made it through to the semis. But I do wonder still whether it's a little bit of that he's a bit drained, because he puts so much into every moment, doesn't he? And Alex, to be fair tonight, has remained aggressively relaxed.
Rublev is sitting across the other side of the court, just underneath where his coach's box is. He's looking a bit disconsolate. You know, when a player keeps putting his palms to the air, it's never a good look, I don't think. And you start thinking you might be inside their head. They might have so many negative feelings, but he'll still come out swinging. There's nothing surer than that.
The weird thing about Rublev, when he complains to his corner or he makes gestures, is, you know, maybe he misses a ball by an inch, but you know, I don't know what he wants. I don't know what he's looking for. It's nothing. There are no answers in the box. It's just tennis. That's what happens. You win some, you lose some.
Yeah, and for him, Wally, it seems like all of his emotive or his emotions come from whether he's ahead or if he's behind. Not if he's playing well or not so well, or tactically, or feels like his coach has given him the wrong information. For me, it's all about whether he's ahead or not as to how he reacts.
Which is kind of what you see in the juniors, isn't it? When they're just so desperate to win and they're just not emotionally ready for the competition. It's very, very strange. I mean, a couple of times too, he served a double fault. It was like the win was his enemy. I mean, it's breezy. It happens. I don't know. He's a strange character for a guy this good.
Yeah, it's all. It
He's
seems,
fragile.
well, it seems, mate, to me, all about winning and losing, and I get that. But there's more to it than that.
I mean, I think Novak, for as good as he is, has won 56% of all the points he's ever played. It's fine margins. Tennis is a game with fine margins.
Isn't that an interesting stat, by the way?
Foul.
That stat just, I can't get that out of my mind.
Well, I hope I've got it right, but it's
because
relatively closer than you would think.
yeah, well, exactly. And you know how hard it is at this level to have a winning record. Matches won compared to matches lost. It's very difficult. You need a lot of resilience at this level. And to me, Rublev, you know, he takes his losses on the court, or if he thinks he's going to lose, or if he's behind, he's just distraught, it appears. Whereas if he's winning, even if he's not playing that well, he's happy as Larry. Not sure which Larry, but it's an old saying. And he's not building his points the same. He's more, he's mentally not as switched on, is he, Rublev?
7 mils.
Gee, I love that dig from Alex.
Yeah.
On return. It all matters.
14-7.
He had a good look at the line there, didn't he? Just a little bit lower than perhaps he wanted it.
Well, he's actually on the verge now, Alex, of busting this match wide open. A couple of good points at the right time here, and Rublev will be in trouble. More trouble than he is now.
Advantage Rublev. Left. First one.
That was an important hold. John Morris's agent just to the back there on the left in the second row, looking after Rublev, also Svitolina. Problem for Rublev in these moments when somebody is playing as well as Alex is, that his plan B is just to go harder and closer to the lines, and therefore there could be more unforced errors. Plan A is always the best one.
Petch, you saying his plan B is in fact his plan A?
Yes, just harder and closer to the lines.
I reckon he'd be easy to coach, actually, with respect to everyone involved. Because if it doesn't work going hard, he just goes harder.
Left. First one.
I'm saying that tongue in cheek, by the way.
We know.
Boys, how many unforced errors from Rublev in this 4 games? 4.5 games in this set.
11.
That's most of the points. 12. In that last service game, I was almost thinking, Alex, just make a return, be safe. Because he's just so likely to give you an unforced error. But, you know, maybe Demon's just keep doing what you're doing.
Now he should, yeah.
I was thinking he'd play safe, but maybe that plays Rublev back into the contest.
That felt like John Daly hitting a golf ball.
Or whoever wins the long drive contest, there was a little bit of anger in that one. It's a bit like a mentality of just throwing caution to the wind, isn't it? When you tee off like that. And yeah, that's where the saying comes from. Smashes the next ball off his backhand, and it creates a little bit of tension for de Minaur.
That is absolutely world class. He's recovered his poise and he's purged his anger, and suddenly out of nowhere a bit of danger for the Australian.
Well, it's his go-to. It wasn't working going hard. He's gone harder, and the three of them have gone in.
Fault.
Fabulous linear tennis here from de Minaur. To the delight of virtually everybody inside this stadium, the mini comeback comes to nothing for Rublev. De Minaur 4-1. I'll tell you what, Wally, that was a fabulous effort from him as we take a little look at what he has been doing here, Alex de Minaur. You've been talking a lot about trying to get some variety in terms of the shot making. What he didn't do was stay static in terms of his second serve return hit points. Wasn't quite as good and imposing as he can be. And as you can see from set two, once the yellow balls start appearing, you're going to see a little bit more flexibility from Alex, particularly on that deuce side. And had he had a tentative attitude in that last game as well at deuce, things could have got very dicey for the Australian. And just giving Rublev a little bit to think about.
Time.
Well, that was just a little bit of a glancing blow that de Minaur suffered in that last service, going from 40 love up back to deuce. But if success is dependent on effort, then de Minaur certainly deserves his lead right now. He's invested so much. Rublev playing catch up in this third.
It was a little hint though, wasn't it? It was like a little warning shot across the bows from Rublev in that last game. Just the one break, and it just shows how dangerous he can be with those three shots that he delivered at love 40. Demon's just got to stick to task, and as I said, I was sort of considering, does he just keep making balls now and almost feed into Rublev's impatience, but that might be slightly dangerous.
Well, he tends to go through 2 or 3 games, doesn't he? When he loses his marbles a little bit, so to speak, and gets so emotive, it lasts a couple of games, but he snaps back, as he has here.
(40-15).
Once again, he gets that ball up and down so fast, doesn't he, Rublev, on that forehand wing.
De Minaur leads 4 games to 2.
Well, he needed that game, did Andrey. He was imploding a little bit there up until that stage. The sit down helped him at 4-1, and that was a solid, very good game. So still in the set because of that. Yeah, he's playing more his game. Wally mentioned it a few games ago. He's found a bit more time. Whether that's to do with Rublev taking the foot off the accelerator a little bit at times, but he doesn't look as rushed. And this is the type of tennis we've seen from him early in the summer, taking that backhand down the line, you know, getting on the offensive.
(15-on). (30-15).
But I think one thing's for sure, there's less positive vibes going through Rublev's mind now than there was in the first 2 sets. Or 1 3/4 sets. He's not as vibrant. And when he moves forward in the court, he's not the same player.
40-15.
The body language from de Minaur, getting ahead and running, showing Rublev he wants this badly.
Drops the dagger, 5-2. No, we haven't seen too many adjustments from Rublev. We kind of talk about the fact that he loves to go hard, harder, hardest when he gets behind. There is not going to be a huge change in terms of, I mean, the one thing he could do is drop a little bit deeper perhaps on Alex's second serve and get his forehand into play as the first shot, rather than standing up, always kind of taking that backhand to the same spot, which is pretty much into the backhand side of de Minaur, just to do something different. Alex protecting his second serve tonight better than he generally does on a hard court.
But I think for me, watching a player of this level, and we can't forget he's 5 in the world, he is a little bit one-dimensional compared to the other top 5 players. He's just so good at what he does.
Vibrant colours. And a vivid impression may be made here at Melbourne Park as Alex de Minaur tries to grab a 2-1 lead over Andrey Rublev. All eyes on the Australian and all eyes on Melbourne Park in January at the start of the year. Tennis taking centre stage, and what a show it's proved to be. 15 days here in Melbourne, and we are possibly going to cross the threshold of 1 million visitors. The million-dollar question is, can de Minaur get through to his first ever quarter-final at the Australian Open?
Love.
Looks so disconsolate now, doesn't he?
5 double faults and just the 4 aces to offset it.
Steady 15.
Fault.
Forty 15.
Well, this is a good move from Rublev to fight hard here and make de Minaur serve this set out if he can.
Cain, Rublev.
He would have loved uncontested ownership of this set, de Minaur.
De Minaur leads 5 games to 3.
But this man is a top 5 player for a reason, and being challenged was seemingly inevitable. Can he pass this particular test?
Love 15.
Well, a guy that hits the ball this hard, this heavy, this consistently is always dangerous, isn't he?
Fault.
15-30.
It's a gift. Not making a first serve in this game. That's hurt de Minaur, but a free one from Rublev, which you don't expect.
Let's go. Coleman, here we go.
He's found his mojo again, hasn't he, Rublev?
30-14.
To his credit.
Is Alex de Minaur about to take an unwanted detour in this set?
It's a game of centimetres, isn't it? My goodness.
Was that always going out, Wally?
Absolutely. Never in doubt. This match to me now, it's not even so much about tactics now. It's just about a moment, playing each point, application, execution, attitude.
New racket needed after that one. And that wide serve patch that you have talked about to the first court. This time when de Minaur needs it. Geez, not going to swap the racket. That sounded like it broke.
Set point.
Fault.
Awesome from Rublev there.
Deuce.
Well, I guess the biggest game shouldn't be easy to win.
It's been one of the most attractive qualities of this contest tonight, that they've actually played some of the best rallies at the biggest moments.
Demon wants a cheap point, but with that first serve, just think of line and length. Don't overserve.
Fault.
He
looks like he's just gone a fraction tentative, doesn't he?
And just pressing on that first serve, just, you know what it's like, you're serving a set out, you will just want it to be over. You want the bomb. His margins aren't great on the first serve at the moment.
Fault.
Well, he serve let him down.
Rublev.
Just couldn't quite keep himself in the present.
Leads 5 games
Was
to
hoping the future was a 2-1 lead. It may still be for the Australian, but we are on serve now. Well, credit to this man. Somehow managed to get himself together enough towards the back end of this third set where it looked as though there was a lot of disorder. He has managed to find a little bit of consistency, and he got a helping hand, no question. And that's one of the hardest things for Alex in this sport, isn't it? Like everything that he does, he has to do right at the end of his sort of effort range, whether that's off the ground or whether that's with his serve. In those moments, being able to sort of crack a 2-10 serve easily would just help him get across the line. And as Wally was saying, he was wanting a cheap point, he was forcing it, therefore the first serve count came down and this man capitalized. This man disentangled himself from the fury that he was feeling for most of this third set to get a calmness to be able to get the break back. And he's riding the crest of some positive optimism for the first time in a while.
Yeah, it's a roller coaster ride with him, isn't it, emotionally? But to his credit here, he's found himself again. He's not making the errors now that he was Rublev in the first 3 games of this set. So now de Minaur has to win the points again rather than get a hand with all of those free ones. This feels like the beginning of the match now again, doesn't it?
15.
So after 2 hours and 46 minutes, we're back on an even keel, dead even, in the back end of this third set.
5 games all.
Touched on the fact that he had lost a bit of pace at the start of this third set, hit a bit of a flat spot down at 119 on that forehand that produces so many great points for Rublev. He's back up at 130 kilometers an hour.
Love.
This is why 5 sets can be so interesting. the peaks and the valleys. De Minaur now having to find his mojo again. He's dropped off his standard a little bit in the last 10 or 15 minutes.
Just wonder, don't you, whether Rublev at some moments in matches just block that, learn to block forehand, get the ball into play and then build that tempo.
If I had $1 for every person that had suggested that to me about Andrey, I'd be a wealthy man. Because so you're dead right. That's what most seem to think.
Because when he gets in the point right now, you feel as though he's very much in the ascendancy. Drilling balls into De Minaur's forehand.
You talk about that's a carbon copy of the last points of that forehand, but he has such a strong forehand grip to return, and you kind of need a neutral grip to block. It starts with the grip. I mean, there's no way he's blocking that.
But Wally, what a mentality to have to keep going for that when you're missing it and giving away free points. When you're in the rally, you're the favourite at the moment.
Still on to play for him, Melbourne. De Minaur 6-5, third set.
De Minaur leads 6 games to 5. New balls, please.
Great point you make, Wally. Does have a strong grip. Could he not just predetermine it before the serve comes to have a neutral grip to be able to block?
Well, yes. I mean, that would be the start, wouldn't it? Just think about it. Especially, you know, for Rublev, he's making a ton of dough. He's a top 10 player. He's an awesome player. He's winning titles. But surely the guy wants to make his mark in Grand Slam tennis. So how do you beat the better players? How do you dismantle the big servers? How do you solve some problems? Yeah, Petch, I agree with you, but probably should have started about 3 or 4 years ago.
Wally, with that grip though, do you think that he can still open the face with that grip and block the occasional return just to get it into play?
Fitzy, that's, you know, spinner's control with that real, you know, semi-Western grip. Very hard to impart any spin on the ball and control. It's not like you can control it. Just discussing the merits of the Rublev forehand return, but right now it comes down to Alex. How many quality returns can he get back into play here to create a bit of tension at 6-5?
Crowd's doing a good job of creating a bit of tension as well. Breaking records for fun this tournament in terms of attendances. 76,795 through the gates for Middle Sunday.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you.
A new record.
Thank you. Next players are ready. Thank you.
Oh, what a point. What an opening point. That was scary good. New balls, the control you need. And Rublev didn't do anything wrong. He made a good volley here. Great serve. De Minaur jumps, gets the early jump there to hit the passing shot.
How early did he pick that up on the run, De Minaur?
2 points of the highest quality.
The beauty and brutality of this sport on show.
59.
What a night.
Ready, 50.
I was just thinking after that aggressive return on the previous point, at this stage right now, what is Leighton Hewitt thinking up there in the camp of de Minaur? Because Leighton, right now, Leighton would not miss a return. He would not give a free point away. What's Demon's mindset on the second serve? Does he go for it, winner takes all, or make Rublev play?
He made him play, but it wasn't quite good enough.
No, it was too short. You know what Demon does that Leighton didn't do as much is hit the backhand down the line, take a bit more risk on the backhand wing. Leighton went across court with that 99% of the time. His mentality was, I'm not going to miss, I'm going to make the other guy miss. Demon just a little bit different than that.
That's the forehand you're talking about, Fitzy. Just take, not even necessarily a short ball, but just charging it. Taking all the time away from Rublev. Tremendous shot given this stage of the match.
And that movement alters the terms of engagement, doesn't it, in a rally like that? Flips it straight to the advantage of the Australian.
Left first serve.
Both of these players want to serve wide to that first court, don't they, on the big points? So they want to go.
Lead.
He's answered the question, hasn't he? Winner take all. He's going to roll the dice and go for it, Demon.
Well, an unpredictable outcome is not an argument for inaction. An action man, the Australian, looking to grab the third.
He's hit the line twice, Rublev. Unbelievable. Maybe the outside of the line twice. That was the last one.
And I'm not sure it came off the middle of the racket either.
the backhand definitely didn't come off the middle of the racket.
It did, however, come off the middle of the line.
And let's not forget he got a little net caught in the middle of that rally, Rublev.
He's got nerves of steel, Rublev. He's breathing hard, though. I'm sure his heart rate's up there, like everyone else's in this stadium. Trying to get this to a tiebreaker again.
Fault.
Gutsy hole there.
Fortitude and fortune gets Rublev to the tiebreaker.
6 games all. Time break.
Oh, he picked it beautifully. So inadvertently, he knows that de Minaur wants to go down the line there and come in. A la Leighton Hewitt, by the way. But this is his favourite play, and he takes off early, Rublev, and deals with it.
Fault.
One out. Left. First one.
The crowd are on Rublev, but let's not forget that point started with the block return from Demon with the nice wide serve. Therein lies the subtle difference in their games.
Great return, wow. The serve was a little bit in the hitting zone, wasn't it? Well, you'd go wide if you're Demon here, I think, even though Rublev might know, because his mentality is to swing at it. And he's missed a lot of those returns.
Fault.
Seriously good point from de Minaur. Wow. The accuracy and consistency there is just top shelf.
And Fitzy, how good that he wasn't perturbed. He got hit, beaten by an amazing pass with a similar play earlier in the tie-break. But, yep, stick to your guns. If a guy can come up and do that 2 times in a row, too good.
Well, that was a longer rally, wasn't it, mate? And Rublev didn't quite have the fast twitch there at the end of that rally to get out there early. You've got to admire his fortitude and how he continues to just accelerate the racket head.
Well, he's certainly one of the more watchable players, isn't he? Because of the emotions that he gives you. And at times in this third set, he's looked like he's going to be a planet without an atmosphere. It looks as though he could go anywhere. But what he has done is regroup beautifully in some pressurized moments. And that, another one of those fabulous forehands.
And de Minaur had the character to actually applaud that in the middle of all of this.
Can you believe it? A double net cord.
How did that climb its way over? I'm sitting virtually to the side of the net. The first strike, it's almost under the height of the net. Climbs over. Amazing.
It's an Australian net. I tell you, when a net is this taut, it rarely goes over that one. That wasn't a slice of luck. That was a mountain of luck right there. And it does change the perspective, doesn't it? Look at the body language now. Huge moment that was. And this is too.
That's first one.
Oh my goodness, did that hit both lines?
6-4.
We've seen it before. When his back's to the wall, he hits one line. He hits with more gusto.
How do you reconcile that with the 2 second serve returns he just hit?
Magic in Melbourne.
7 games to 6.
Spellbinding. De Minaur. It's a great opportunity here, and you can see Alex making sure that he comes out here lively.
He's got to go back to that third set because Rublev dropped his head for 10 or 12 minutes in that beginning of the third set, and he got a jump on him. Big opportunity there missed for Alex de Minaur.
You know, you go back to that situation when Alex served for that set and his serve deserted him. And then you go to the 2 second serves that Rublev got to look at in the tie-break, and he just sailed them long. But you think for Alex in this 4th set, it's important. Charges the forehand there and doesn't make it, but it's just important he goes back to the, a rhythm serve. He just wanted so many free points. He just wanted the point to be over at the back end of that 4th, and it got him in a spot of bother.
Yeah, it did. It did. Great observation for me, because he didn't get any free help from his serve because he overserved. He wanted that wide one to the forehand so much, but he was hitting it so hard. Maybe take a bit off, get it up the line a bit more.
So good. And as you said earlier, Fitzy, Rublev seems to play. He's one of those players where you can kind of tell the score through the scoreboard as well. And it allows him to talk himself off some internal ledge. And right now, de Minaur will feel as though his opponent potentially wavering at the start of the 4th. Can he get a jump on him here?
I think that's the opportunity. Second serve to the first court where he can take more of a risk. He's getting caught into the body a bit, de Minaur, with the second serve, and it's ballooning a little bit. It gives Rublev a chance to make the first big ground stroke in the rally. He gets out of jail there, does Rublev.
And, if either of the two players are as confident as the win predictor.
What a mover he is.
15 love.
It'll be a treat to watch him move around a tennis court without hitting a ball, even. Beautiful close there.
And a great reset in the middle of that rally as well.
Yep. He still looks fresh, doesn't he? Oh. He's so brutal, isn't he? Like, it's just stand and deliver. And sometimes you don't see the development of a point that you remember because he just finishes it so quickly with such power, like a one hit. Bit of talent there. not renowned for that feel, Rublev, as much as the power, but he handled that slice across court magnificently.
Alex on his +1 forehand on that due side has gone over 80% of the time into the backhand side of Rublev. We saw the opening point of that third set breaker where Rublev went over there, drilled the backhand pass. Couldn't capitalize on the lead, but he is getting a little heads up in that department.
Becomes a battle of the wills too.
Second song.
Gee. Well, he hit a big double fault to lose his serve when he served for that second set. And that one hurts him too. The double fault gave him a sniff, didn't it?
And he's shown plenty of backbone there.
Yeah.
But Fitzy, once again, just not enough first serves in that game.
Sitting around 52% at the moment is de Minaur on the match. Tends to be around 60%. And he's a little lower in terms of first serve points won, even with that lower sort of first serve percentage going for it. So the trade, as you say, Wally, hasn't been ideal for him.
Petch, it's about 16 degrees down here, and it's definitely gotten cooler as the match has progressed. And the court also loses heat, you know, from the course of the day. It settles down. The bounce is low, you know, 195 in the slot is not really getting it done either. You've really got to hit your spots at the moment.
Yeah. And mentally now he's back in it.
30 love.
Fault.
Ready, 15.
Fault.
$40-15.
Impressive turnaround. That is, it's high quality there.
Perfect start for Rublev in the fourth. 3 unanswered games. Let's just take a little look at what's been going on here with both players in terms of return placement. We can see Rublev here. He is directing as much traffic as he can off that return into the backhand side of de Minaur. As we say, if he does drift it into the 32% or 14%, then obviously Alex has been trying to go to the backhand of Rublev, who's been getting a bit of a jump, and exactly the same kind of decisions are being made by de Minaur, trying to find, understandably, the Rublev backhand off that return. Probably drifted a few too many short through the middle, but there has been about a 20% drop for both of these in terms of finding their forehands after their serve. So they've both negated the dominance of the serve in that third set. It's already been a memorable Melbourne in terms of matchups, in terms of shocks that we've had on both the men's and the women's side, and of course the hundreds of thousands of fans that have literally poured through the gates here at Melbourne Park. Astonishing tennis, so many close matches, and this one's still riveting and could still take us all the way to a fifth set. Just twice out of 12 times he's found himself down 2 sets to 1 in a best-of-5 match as he managed to turn things around, Rublev. One of those was from 2 sets to love down at Roland Garros against Sam Querrey back in 2020. Also did it against Denis Shapovalov at the US Open in 2022.
Rublev leads 3 games to 1.
Fourth best last season, Rublev, in terms of return games won. So he will fancy his chances of still recovering this 4th set.
Feels like a slightly flat patch, doesn't it, for both of them right now? The level's been so high for so long. He misses an unusual amount of balls when he moves forward.
Well, it's because he doesn't want to volley after it, so he's trying to hit a clean winner. That just needed a little bit of touch and a feather over the net for the winner as a drop shot.
Hard to play that shot catch with a semi-western grip.
Yep. The quality of Alex's returns, he always stands a chance of recovering these situations. That's what these Australian fans wanted. Their man back on serve, and he delivers. And maybe, Wally, that is why Rublev doesn't have such a great record against top 5 players and has been struggling a little bit against top 10s. He doesn't have that dexterity that somebody like Rafa would on that kind of ball, to change grip just at the last minute, to find the right grip to hit the drop shot.
Yeah, I mean, it was crying out just to be dropped back over the net, wasn't it? The answer to a drop shot is a drop shot. But, oh, it's incredible. I mean, he does... The way he stripes the ball off backhand and forehand, I mean, I'm here courtside. It has to be seen to be believed. But then sometimes just the fundamentals. There's just a lack of fundamentals. And I guess that's the way he trained as a kid. That's the way he plays as an adult. And, you know, some little variety and subtleties and changes of grips have helped Alex throughout the course of the match, even if it's just a blocked forehand return out wide. But this is the path Rublev is on. We'll see where he takes us.
Time.
Marcus Ordorius, who is his strength and conditioning coach. Alex striding out. Quickly put the disappointment of dropping the opening 3 games behind him from this 4th set.
There's a real difference mentally, I think, too, when you're down a break in a set and then you break back. It gives you a real momentum, I think, and gives you a real shot in the arm in terms of mental application. If you are up a break and lose that, it can work in the opposite. So let's see how they react here. Big opportunity for De Minaur here in this 4th set now.
The only disclaimer to that, Fitz, is it almost feels like the breeze has picked up again, and the player at the southern end, or Demon's end now, has to fight it.
You knew what was coming.
He stepped it up again. It's hard to pick someone here, isn't it? This is a real tussle.
The lethal loveliness of that forehand has been on display for 3.5 hours.
Well, that's the serve he's been looking for. It's only 178 out there. Rublev makes this one. He misses his fair share of those returns, but he has over the course of this match. But De Minaur gets an easy put away forehand. So that's the serve he's looking for to the first court. I tell you what, he's still quick after 3.5 hours, isn't he? That first step was like lightning from de Minaur there.
That's a real change up for de Minaur with his +1. He tried to get back in behind Rublev on a big point. Hasn't hit many of those. Didn't quite have the rhythm. Rublev may take the lead. And yet another fluctuation in this phenomenal match.
Well, that was a little Novak, like, wasn't it, just drilled a bunch of balls straight back at the server to great advantage.
Well, for both of them in the last 2 games too, it wasn't their best service games.
Love 15.
Marcus Borderius on the lefty of pitcher with the green cap on in the front row. Strength and conditioning coach. And Rublev, who's hardly taken a break at the back end of last season. It'll be interesting to see how he does physically. Fatigue in the last forehand. At the pre-season in Dubai, he played a UTS exhibition event in London, headed to Hong Kong, which of course he won. He is a workhorse. But Alex can take your lungs away.
Gee, that was called good. I'm starting to doubt the technology. Gee, through the air, we're at a pretty good angle there. That just seemed like it was going out, but caught the line.
Got to take those Aussie specs off, Fitzy.
I don't think they're that biased. A heck of a smash, by the way.
Deuce. That
Rublev's legs.
Yes, they are. Yeah. He Petch called it. There was one forehand in the going back a few points now when he was pushed into the backhand corner. It was one big step. It was heavy. Then he shook his fingers out. And a couple of times here when he's decelerating, he's not really powering back into the court. I tell you what, his backhand at line up the moment is just setting Demon up for the cross-court forehand.
Still cranking the serve out at just under 200, but it just seemed to me when he changed direction there, he didn't have the power. Top end, anyway. Deep down, I'm not sure he can believe how quick De Minaur is. But did he play a good point there or what? And his serve has saved him here.
They continue to enthrall us after 3 hours and 40 minutes. Rublev a game away from taking us to a fifth. Do get the sense that he's running on vapors right now, and it's important for Alex to make him work hard for this fourth set. Still a chance that he could rescue the situation, but that was a fabulous effort once again from Rublev.
How's Sinner feeling right about now? Just sitting back in the hotel. Well, he'd probably be asleep by now. He probably wants this to go to 5.
Yeah, he's not the easiest guy to come out against if you've got a little bit of lactic acid in the legs.
Time.
Not just a night that the players are going to remember, but also the fans as well. And it is a good job that we play this Grand Slam in the home of some of the best coffee in the world, because caffeine is definitely on the menu in the mornings after the night befores. About an hour shy of midnight in Melbourne. Are we going to go to a deciding set?
Let's first serve. 15 love.
Well, I think, and again, Wally, I know this in all likeliness, might go to the 5th set here now. But I really feel that Alex, if he can draw Rublev off the court, he's not getting to the ball as quickly as maybe he was earlier on. But this is going to be a grind, isn't it, to the finish line?
Oh.
And when you hit the ball as hard as Rublev does, you've got to be just in absolutely perfect position, in perfect balance. So this will be interesting. But I do agree with you, Rublev looks a little fatigued. Demon seems fine. And I'm not convinced that Rublev is going to hold on to this serve.
That's his stock standard play, though. I'm not sure what the percentages are, but he's going wide a lot to that first court and just looks to the open court, doesn't he? It saved him in the previous game, the serve. He's stepping up in that facet.
Ball.
Low.
Fifth set beckons. And to be honest, it's what this match deserves. It has been spectacularly good all the way through.
2 sets off. Love 15.
Won 4, lost 5 when he's gone to a 5th set. Alex Rublev 112, lost 9.
Love 30.
He's like the front runner, isn't he? He gets 2 errors from de Minaur to give him love 30, and then he comes out swinging. What a start this would be for Rublev. Looks like he just gets a whiff, doesn't he? A little sniff in the breeze.
Ball.
Oh, he found his range. Found it perfectly in the last 2 points.
That's unbelievable, isn't it? Because we're talking about Rublev just starting to look a little shaky in terms of his legs at the back end of the 4th. But when you hit the ball that cleanly, you just control the court. You barely have to move anyway.
What a start that was. And that has put the Aussie on the back foot straight away.
Is it a case of the night air getting cooler and one guy's got the power to hit through it and the other guy's just finding it a bit more difficult to get those cheap points?
Foul.
Love.
Wow. Now he's hitting the lines. And look at the look in that face. Goodness me, all of a sudden he's on a roll here, Wally.
40 love.
It's actually something that perhaps went a little unnoticed in the fourth set, but his accuracy on both sides was about 83%. Within 2 feet of the line, and he's just nailed another one right there as well.
Well, that's a scary start to the fifth set.
I honestly believed he was losing condition at the back end of the fourth.
But it all depends on where he sits in terms of winning and losing to me. He got a sniff at the beginning of that first game, love 30, and then stepped up straight away. If he gets behind in a set, the head drops more. The job ahead now for Alex de Minaur. I can't help feeling de Minaur here to win this now. He's going to have to get his first serve percentage up. It's down just above 50% for the whole match. It's got to be over 60 now, I think, to the finish line.
Pure sizzle off that side from Rublev in this fifth set to start with. He lost about 11 Ks off the forehand side in the fourth. Didn't hurt him though, because he served so well, but he is absolutely ripping it at the start of the fifth.
Seems like a must-win game here all of a sudden, doesn't it? For Alex de Minaur.
Still very much a battle of wits out here, and Alex is not unarmed in that department. Thinking his way to a 3 point.
Foul.
He's just thrashing the ball now, is Rublev. He nearly swung himself off his feet there with that first return. He thought he made it. De Minaur.
Advantage, Rublev.
Well, out of nowhere, in the space of 7 or 8 minutes, this becomes the biggest point of the match so far.
Fault.
What a reaction from Rublev, deservedly so. A double break is his. 3-love. And he nailed the dismount on that point, didn't he? I mean, what a backhand down the line. It was a shot that Alex had to make. This forehand, he couldn't afford to miss it. It was a little low. It didn't have an awful lot of pace on it. And he's been moving that way a lot on that forehand from Alex. Guessed right. And he has absolutely nailed it.
Yeah, that was spectacular from Rublev there. To defend that first ball off the forehand, to take a quick first step across and anticipate. And then to be good enough to hit that. What a play.
And what a reaction. Look at that.
Time.
On his isolated island out there, he's looking a little shipwrecked right now, is Alex de Minaur. Blown off course and blown away by the sheer power of his opponent, Andrey Rublev.
Well, I, for one, while he didn't think physically this would happen at the beginning of the 5th, he has really stood up here, hasn't he? He got a sniff in the first game,
Fault.
and it's just changed his whole attitude towards his 5th set, Rublev.
One of the few he's missed. No, I was just I'm sitting down courtside here with Brad Gilbert. We're just having a chat, and we were both of the opinion that he was starting to feel a pinch at the back end of the 4th there, but it's almost like that has relaxed him and given him clarity, just to free will.
This is just about to become the second longest match of Alex de Minaur's career in terms of time. longest ever against Christian Garin at Wimbledon in 2022. 4 hours and 34 minutes. Lost that one. He has in fact lost his 3 longest matches of his career that have gone past 3 hours and 54 minutes. Rublev, on the flip side of that, has won his 4 longest matches, and this undoubtedly will be the longest match of his career. That stands at 4 hours and 8 minutes against Denis Shapovalov at the US Open in 2022. Almost looked as though he was limping there, Rublev, after that final point.
Yeah, I think he was.
On his right leg.
Is that cramp, Wally?
I don't know. And sometimes when he stops, his feet sound so heavy on the court. It's like thud, thud, thud.
Yeah, he is. He's in a bit of trouble.
He is cramping. There it is.
Wow. Oh, the drama of it all.
Which is hard to believe on such a cool night.
Rublev leads 4 games to love.
Well, for sure, the Hewitt and de Minaur camp, they're just sitting literally meters away from Rublev. Surely they've seen that, and they'll give Demon the...
Got to move him, says Leighton Hewitt.
Give him the message.
Well, you know one thing, Rublev will go for broke even more now. So Leighton's saying, Alex, you've got to move him. Bit of extra drama.
Hard though, isn't it, playing the injured man?
Ball.
Well, we saw the team at the end of the 4th set, Rublev's team quickly getting water, and we got the salt packets that were heading out. They must have been aware at that particular stage that there was a chance that this was going to unfold.
Lifting off.
Ball.
And the absence of alternatives right now for Rublev with a 4-love lead also makes his choices that much more simple, whereas for de Minaur, more complicated.
This is almost where you want that high, heavy kicker, get it out of his strike zone.
That's what he's going to do. He's on almost 1.5 legs here.
15-14.
How good has his ground shots and his forehand been in this final set? Unplayable.
Ball.
Absolute miracle of a performance in this 5th set from Rublev. Whichever way you look at it, it has been perfect. 5-love. Dropping pyrotechnics on this court, not ground strokes. This has been absolutely amazing to watch, that somebody can stand on a baseline and get the ball through Alex de Minaur in the manner that Rublev has.
And there's really no other way to look at this set other than, you know, Alex just needed more on the serve to get a few more free points. I mean, Rublev's just been able to take a cut at pretty much everything.
Well, he's at 47%, mate. He's made first serves in this set. He's 8 for 17. It's just not enough. And, you know, it only takes one extra per service game to almost win the game. So he's especially missed the one wide to the first court. He's continued to miss it, and I think that's really hurt him.
Time.
Rublev is out. He didn't spend an awful lot of time at the changeover. Understandably so, took as much fluid on as he could handle. And he's been too much for Alex de Minaur to handle in this 5th set. But every point that Alex can extend this, you just never know.
Yeah.
Love 15.
Well, that's the point. If this match is still going in 2 games' time, you don't know how good Rublev will be.
So you're saying right now Alex is maybe the closest he's been to winning this match thus far?
Well, I'm not saying that, but Rublev is. It looks to me like his whole lower body is starting to cramp.
I agree with you. Alex just has to jag a couple of returns here.
My goodness.
But then you play the injured man and not the ball. You just nurse it back. You don't make it. It's a difficult situation.
I would have liked to have seen him crush a few cross-court forehand returns on that due side. He's tried to jag it down the line or just fade it down the line, and Rublev hasn't had to cover cross. It's made it hard for him to find the backhand.
Thank you.
If he can win this game, you just don't know. De Minaur
30 all.
going to get the ball back and deep. Easier said than done.
Fault.
Incredible. Incredible turn of events.
14-7.
And the physical discomfort that he's felt has just calcified his resolve to get after the ball as quickly as possible. Match point Rublev for a place in the quarterfinals. Could there still be a fairy tale?
Well, if he wins this game, yes.
Deuce.
It seems like he's deteriorating.
Fault.
Maybe that's what it's going to take, though. Alex just playing some huge points, not nursing the ball, trying to move him, but absolutely going for it himself. Too good.
Deuce.
How well has Rublev hit the ball to the lines here on the ground strokes and the serve in this 5th set? Quite remarkable.
Fault.
This ain't over.
Advantage de Minaur.
Oh my giddy aunt.
I mean, have you seen anyone ever pick up a ball on the half volley on their forehand and sweep it into space better than Rublev?
Oh.
Fault.
Advantage de Minaur.
Fault.
Deuce.
There was nothing wrong with the return. It was just another wonderful response from Rublev.
Well, you've got to take your hat off to him.
I mean, with the amount of sugar that he's got in the tank, he has rolled the rock like nobody else these last couple of weeks. Some of the finest array of winners you'll see. Match point.
Fault.
Remarkable Rublev.
3 sets to 2. 6-4, 6-7, 6-7, 6-3, 6-7.
He recovers from 2 sets to 1 down and books his place in a 10th quarter-final of a Grand Slam. You would be forgiven for underestimating what he was capable of producing in that final stretch. He went to a place that very few players could go to, and Alex de Minaur could not contain him. Freewheeling, freestyling, and the freedom to play the sort of tennis that many of us can just dream about. As for Alex, the dream is over, Fitzy.
Yeah, look at a remarkable night, really. The scoreline a little bit unfair, possibly in the end, but I cannot do anything but take my hat off to Andrey Rublev there, and by the way, to this man. Australia should be proud of him. He's getting better incrementally. And he'll be back.
The night where dreams soared and hopes faded. A long, painful walk back to the locker room as the delight is etched on this man's face. He is one of the fans' favourite, and he's got just about enough energy to get himself over to talk with Jim Courier.
Andre, that was one of the best matches we've seen this year at the Australian Open. Amazing level from both of you guys. Congratulations. You were down 2-1. This was a very physical match. How did you turn this thing around and finish up on top?
Yeah, first of all, I want to say, I don't know, amazing match to Alex. 2 days ago I said I hope we're gonna show great match and spectators will enjoy it. Now I'm regret about it because I didn't expect that it will be that enjoyable. And yeah, I don't know, when I was losing 2-1 down, I don't know, and I think I broke him in the beginning and then he broke me back. And then I started to tell to myself, no, you're gonna die today, but you will do everything. And then somehow I started to play better and better, and I found more energy, and I was able to win.
And what about his level of tennis? Alex has had a terrific start to the season. He's playing here at home with the crowd. What was it like for you to play against him tonight?
First of all, it's always tough to play against Alex. We played a couple of times, and all of them were dramatic, like now. So, I don't know, he's one of the fastest players. The way he moves with the legs and he take the speed is crazy. And you could see it was super tough to play. I mean, 4 hours, not enough to say that it's super tough to play against him. So, yeah, I'm just happy to be in quarterfinal and we'll see what's going to happen.
It certainly was physical. It was long. The points were grueling. You both were hitting the ball so hard. It looked to us like you were struggling a little bit with your legs in the last set. What was going on there?
Yeah, of course, when you play 4 hours long rallies and you try to stretch, plus I'm a bit like a wood. So, of course, I start to feel a bit pain, but it's normal after 4 hours with intensity like this. So I was just trying not to think about it. I was just trying to push myself. Like I was saying, I'm gonna to do everything I could, and then that's it. Don't cry. Don't start to feel sorry to yourself. Like, oh, you know, sometimes, oh, it's tough, too tough, and like stop these things and just keep fighting, and then we'll see what's gonna happen.
You certainly did fight. And you treated this Melbourne audience and the global audience watching you tonight to the full Andrey Rublev experience. You have so many emotions on the court that you show us, and we love to see them. What's it like to be inside your head in a match like this?
Better not to be inside my head at this time. I don't know, it's like a scary movie. I don't know. You know, a lot of emotions up and downs that better not to be inside myself.
Well, you certainly don't keep them inside yourself. You let us see it, and that makes it really fun for us. You've got more fun ahead. Your quarterfinal match will be against another hot young player on tour. Jannik Sinner awaits you now. Your thoughts on that matchup in a couple days' time?
We'll see. Jannik is one more player who is having unreal season last year, already amazing results this year. He beat me last time, so I don't know what to say. Looks like I'm in trouble. But I don't know. I will just do my best, and we'll see what's going to happen.
Well, we can't wait to see that. You broke some Australian hearts tonight, but you made some new fans, I'm sure. Andrey Rublev left it all